produce a successful product model. For at least 2 decades, that dominated the fantasy genre. The fantasy genre entered American consciousness, probably Western consciousness, in this form. When the time came for it to
S.W.Frost is
become
now
tired and
live streaming
loathsome,
Helldivers
Warcock and
digital
Hisco
scammers
countered
counter
with an
so far
equally
new
tired and
HD
equally
orders.
loathsome formula. Fantasy, as we have it now, is little more than the continued response to Del Rey's initial output. Like rebellious sons anchored by the paltry inheritance left them by their reckless father, modern fantasy authors such as Martin and his imitators who wish to maintain relevance within this genre still subsist on this imagined crusade against some broad, hazy publishing philosophy that they believe dominated their industry immediately after Tolkien, little realizing that they are fighting no greater enemy than basic corporate greed, and that they are doing so in service of still more basic corporate greed. But at the end of the day, no matter what form the newest formula takes, the big corporate overlords just look around and see which one is probably going to generate the most revenue, and then they issue their decrees. Thus, when the anti-Tolkien Game of Thrones became the flavor of the decade, just as Del Rey's boring fantasy had been the flavor of the 60s and 70s, the machine that Lester Del Rey created that would mass-produce paperbacks based on derivations of whatever trend was popular at the time, calculated a few variations on the Game of Thrones formula, and put it to work. Lester Del Rey's formula engine is still going strong, even though his original formula has been largely abandoned. This engine is, in fact, the power source for the Western fantasy genre. Lester Del Rey's fantasy formula experiment was proof of concept to the entire newborn publishing industry of the 60s and 70s. They looked at him and how he did things, and that was how they built the foundation of modern publishing. All modern publishing. Now, something you might ask, and it's not an unfair question, is what does it matter? So what if Del Rey Books and thereafter all book publishing use a series of formulas to create an endless supply of arguably entertaining books? It only matters that they're entertaining, right? Who cares if they're not mega epics like Lord of the Rings? First of all, as I've said before, aside from how incredibly well crafted it is in itself, one very big reason we think of Tolkien's work as so extraordinary is because after it appeared, there was never again anything like it or even on its level. The literary world has taken this to mean that Tolkien was therefore some kind of writing god, the likes of whom the world will never see again, but that's not true. I do understand the original point, though, that it doesn't matter if it's all formulaic as long as it's entertaining. But I have 2 major issues with that. One is that entertaining is inherently subjective. What's entertaining to one person might be dull as powder to another. So from a strictly business perspective, the model is flawed. Second, and I believe this is the larger issue and the one that's harder to drive at directly, entertainment for the sake of entertainment can be fun, but it's a lot like convenience store pastries. Twinkies are great, but that can't be the only thing you eat. If it is, you'll die. That doesn't mean that you have to eat only dry wheat bread and unsalted carrot mash for the rest of your life. Ideally, your healthy food is also delicious. Similarly, the goal of every writer who wants to write something that's a bit more than a 2-week bestseller that's forgotten forever before the end of the month is write something that is both beautiful and important and that entertains. I have no intention of sitting here and defining what it is that makes a book beautiful and important, but I can tell you 100% such a book simply will not ever be published by the formula-driven fantasy machine created by Lester Del Rey. Entertainment, and by that I mean the arts, is a crucially important aspect of the human condition, kind of like food. Just as mass-produced food makes people unhealthy, the same goes for mass-produced entertainment. We've entered an era when all Western entertainment is corporate formula slop. Yes, all of it. So, if even our fantasy literature can only be more mass-produced entertainment for the sake of entertainment, at some point we're going to reach a kind of Twinkie entertainment critical mass as a civilization, if we haven't already. Now, don't get me wrong. I think stories absolutely must be entertaining. I think it is a storyteller's obligation to entertain their audience. However, if entertainment is the publisher's only aim, then I think they've missed the point by a country mile. Also, I think allowing a bunch of corporate overlords to decide how it is that we're entertained is troubling. Additionally, there is a difference between following popular trends and adhering to an industry formula. One is organic and follows its own natural path and life cycle. The other is corporate and profit-driven. And the thing is, because that machine and that business model exists as the foundation of Western publishing, it's basically impossible for anything other than Twinkies to ever be published. And in the rare case that such a book is published, it's an absolutely Herculean task. Is it possible to save Western fantasy publishing? I don't know. Listen, nothing is stopping you from writing a great fantasy novel. Nothing is stopping you from ignoring what is or isn't part of the formula and just writing what you want to write. Whether or not you'll be able to publish it is another matter. But the fantasy publishing world, such as it is the world that Lester Del Rey built, and it's the one we live in. Maybe we can fight the giant corporate monster and its formula engine. Maybe we can't. Maybe knowledge like this will lead some writers to despair and put down their pens forever. Maybe this knowledge is driving force enough to make that one person out there write the masterpiece that ends up on the shelf next to Lord of the Rings. Who knows? It certainly isn't going to stop me from writing. If you're a reader, maybe now is the time to expand your horizons a little. Fantasy literature had unimaginable breadth before Lester Del Rey got his hands on it. Start exploring a little. What you find might be your next favorite book. Who knows? If you're a writer, whatever the industry is doing, do yourself a favor and ignore it. Don't do the opposite. Don't try to subvert it. Just ignore it like it isn't even there. To hell with the formulas and the corporate decrees. To hell with what's popular on Twitter or Book Talk or whatever. Learn to write well, to build solid
Allied
strategies based on
destroyer
principles
Take
and
command of the
formulas.
galaxy's
Constantly
liberation.
improve your craft and study the greats. And whatever
Initiating
you do, don't
FTL
stop
jump to
telling
the
stories.
Hellmeyer
As
system.
always, thank you very much for watching.
FTL jump successful. Mission coordinates locked. Hellpods primed.
Alright, someone suggested I watch this. We have watched Advocate before. She's a really nice, smart lady. She mansplains everything. Well, actually, womansplains, but yeah. She's cool, man. We gotta watch this. The nose ring theory, I have met a lot of women with nose rings. I've met a lot of crazy girls. So,
Hey
yeah.
again, guys. I've got a fun one for you today that I think you're gonna find interesting.
What?
Nose ring theory. And I just know that when I say that, half of you are gonna be confused, and the other half of you somehow know exactly what I'm talking about, even if you've never heard it before.
Chad, have you ever liked a girl with a nose ring piercing? Yes. Yes. No. 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 Yes. My second question is, if you liked a girl.
Affirmative.
Today the light of liberty will grace the skies of this world once more.
Requesting sentry. Democracy has landed. Reinforcing. Calling down a sentry. Marking location. Sentry. West. Requesting sentry. Calling down supplies. Requesting advanced weaponry.
Freedom marches onward. Thanks to you. You may proceed to extraction.
How'd you like to taste of Affirmative. Dropping a pin. West. 100. Get some! Get some! Heavy, on my position. How about it? Liberty. Calling down a sentry!
Calling in orbital strike.
Heavy, west, close.
Extraction is available.
Requesting orbital.
Affirmative. Requesting sentry. Calling down a sentry.
Requesting sentry.
Requesting air support. Calling in reinforcements. Heavy, southwest, close.
Reinforcing.
Affirmative. Fog tunnel breach. Heavy.
Heavy, south.
Here comes the cavalry.
Bug outpost spotted.
Sending in an eagle.
Extraction is available.
Now that's what I call liberty.
Requesting.
Deploying sentry.
Throwing supply beacon.
Requesting orbital strike.
Tagging map. East, 100 meters.
Requesting air support.
Mag's empty.
Found something.
Tagging location. South.
New mag. Requesting sentry. Calling down supplies.
Calling in reinforcements. Calling in extraction.
Calling down a sentry.
Extraction shuttle inbound.
Calling down a support weapon.
Requesting sentry.
Calling down a sentry.
ETA, T-minus 2 minutes and 30 seconds.
Should help keep the bug population in check.
Allied destroyer has left squadron.
Well, good luck.
With a nose ring piercing. How many mental illnesses do you have? No, I'm kidding. How many of them had mental illnesses? I can absolutely testify that the girl that I knew in high school that turned 18 and that summer after we were done with school, it turns out she had some sort of mental problem. Yeah.
I will explain everything I've learned about this theory, show you some examples, and then give you my 2 cents on this whole thing. So, to take you on the journey that I went down to get here, I'll show you the video that I first saw that introduced me to this whole thing.
So I'm 24 years old, and I've been trying my hand at dating men, specifically, for probably about 5-6 years now, in a serious way. I'm single at the moment. My boyfriend and I just broke up.
She not only has the nose ring theory, she has the vampire bite teeth, the snake bites, and I forget what this one is called, where it goes through your it's your nose bridge? Yeah.
Recently, and I have probably dated about like 4 to 5 men, seriously. Keep running into the same issues every single time I date a man, and I've been trying to like really get to the root of what it is. And now I know what you're thinking, you probably have a type. I do not have a type. These men don't know each other, they're not friends, they're not from the same area, they don't look alike. I really do not have a type. The only thing—
Oh, she has the one that goes all the way through. Those aren't fangs. She has snake bites that poke out. I just realized
that these men have in common is that they are men. I have been reflecting a lot and trying to figure out what like the root of all these issues is. Now, don't get me wrong, I'm not perfect, but I'm not the reason that any of these relationships ended.
Orbit synchronized.
Okay, I was gonna say that she's at least semi-self-aware of the fact that, you know, she's having problems, but then wait, her face too, like yeah, me too, lady, me too.
One of the main issues that I've come to recognize is that I don't think men are really socialized to know what it means to truly love someone, like love their partner.
Gender wars theory, Captain Final Boss reporting for duty. It's just the men that don't know how to love. You're right, sweetie. It's just the men that have problems.
And care for their partner. Obviously, I'm not saying this is all men, but I think it's just not normalized for them to like, I don't know, just like, I guess I don't.
Men have been going to war, throwing themselves into the front lines, into the meat grinder to protect their country, the loved ones that live there. And somehow men that don't have the understanding of love? Like, I'm not saying women don't sacrifice themselves, like women give birth and that, you know, to take care of children and this and that, but like, it's like, besides, yeah, it's a two-way street, exactly.
I don't know how to phrase it. What I'm saying, for example, is that every single one of these men individually has looked me in my eyes and told me that I am the love of their life, I'm the most important person in their life, that they would take a bullet for me, and every single one of them has treated me horribly, okay?
Deploying equipment package.
Every single one of them? How many of those dudes have a lot of piercings and tattoos as well, I wonder?
I don't know about you, but when I tell somebody they're the love of my life and that they're the person I care about the most, I show it. I'm treating them accordingly. Part of it that really trips me up is that they believe it. They actually believe in their heart that I'm the love of their life and I'm the person they care about the most. I start calling it.
But then they treat you like crap and repeatedly say that. I'm starting to think that maybe it's the people that you're picking in your life, like,
it out. I would be like, you do not love me and you do not care about me. Like point blank
Let's hear it
period.
out. Okay,
Otherwise, you wouldn't be treating me badly. And they will argue and they get genuinely like offended. They get offended. I honestly pity them because I don't think they're socialized to know what that means. And like I don't know how to get it across in a meaningful way to them.
Freedom
Like they just don't listen. And I'll be like, okay, you wouldn't have done this bad thing to me if you actually loved me in the way that you say you do. Like, that is not what love is. That's not what love is. If you love someone, you don't do things to intentionally or even unintentionally hurt them.
Can I just say how annoying it is to listen to her because she's saying a lot of words, but they're not actually like.
Objective located. Northwest.
They're not like it doesn't make any sense. Yeah, there's a whole lot of yapping and not a lot of substance going on here.
Why is that?
This would annoy me so much.
I don't know where it's coming from. I honestly pity them because that has to be awful, but like, I can't handle it anymore.
So in this video, this girl is describing her troubles with finding.
This was 2 minutes? Around about 1.5
Freedom
minutes?
forever!
Wow.
She insists that she doesn't
Feels
have
like an
type, that
eternity.
none of these men really have anything in
Requesting
common,
sentry.
but for some reason, in the end, they always end up treating her horribly. And this led many in the comments to speculate that it must be something about her
Taking map.
that is the
West.
common denominator.
100 meters.
And unfortunately, since it's such a short TikTok video, we don't really get much insight onto greater parts of her personality, and she's not very open about what her most major flaws are to figure out why she's attracting such mean men or why her relationships are always.
I think it's already a red flag in your personality if you're recording TikToks and self-reporting like this. Maybe that's just me. Like, I could not rant in front of a camera that's recording me the whole time. I know that's technically what I'm doing on stream, but I'm not consciously holding a camera in front of my face. Does that make sense? I'm just kind of looking at chat and reading it. And I think it's different. Ranted us all day. That's not the same. It's not the same. Rage baited again.
Driven to turmoil, people began to theorize, because it's one of the most noticeable things about her, that it could potentially have to do with the amount of piercings she has.
I think it's better. A bit.
Comments right
A
next
bit.
to each other say the piercing theory is so true, with over 700 likes. And again, don't
I love that it's a black guy and a white guy. It's like a universe and
Northwest.
Allied destroyer joining squadron, deploying Helldiver to combat zone.
Requesting advanced weaponry. Calling in reinforcement. Dropping a pin, northwest, far.
So, how do you like Gloom? Did you play it before?
This is my second game. I didn't see so much difference. I don't know. But the thing is,
You cannot see, that's the problem.
shriekers, just, the really fast ones, I'm happy.
Oh yeah, correct.
They were hard to kill. Yeah. 2, 3 of them coming at the same time from different angles. It's hard to get out without getting hurt.
location, east.
The one who's trying to rearm.
Best thing I can advise you is grab a flamethrower if you see it.
I have the double-edged sickle and yeah, I can also do it.
Yeah, it works.
Found something.
Marking location. Cancel that. Rare sample acquired. Supplies.
Super samples.
Found something!
Outpost cleared.
Okay, I don't know if you're a new player, but this one I'll share for the whole team.
Found something!
Requesting orbital.
Reinforcing! Sample collected. Support weapon.
Sending in an eagle.
Deal. Good. Support weapon.
Requesting air support.
Bug tunnel breach. Tagging location. North. Sending in an eagle.
Requesting orbital.
Mission at 30 minutes remaining.
Canister's empty. Objective located. Northwest.
Chickenness.
200 meters.
Sub-objective nearby.
Objective
One more.
located. Northwest.
Permanent hive structure destroyed.
Thank you. Orbital inbound.
I threw the napalm behind us, so we just keep moving.
Objective critical stratagem
Requesting
available.
objective equipment. Calling down supply.
Objective critical stratagem no longer available.
Calling down a...
Sending down sentry. Sending down equipment package.
Engaging terminal. Requesting advanced weaponry. I got the terminal. Requesting air support. Canister's empty.
One step closer to mission completed.
Nice.
Request approved. Reinforcements have been launched.
Reporting to the front. Sentry, southeast. Calling in reinforcements. Heavy, on my position. Reinforcing.
Allied destroyer has left the
Heavy,
squadron.
northeast, 50 meters. Requesting sentry.
Sending down sentry.
Tagging map, north, 200 meters. Follow me.
On tunnel breach.
Requesting
Orbital
sentry.
inbound. Calling down a support weapon.
Dropping a pin, northeast, far.
Allied destroyer joining squadron. Deploying Helldiver to combat zone.
Calling down a support weapon. Tech pack inbound.
Requesting air support.
Tagging map, northeast.
Objective critical stratagem available.
Requesting objective equipment. Throwing supply beacon.
Objective critical stratagem no longer available.
Bugs, southeast. Engaging terminal. Supplies.
Calling down a sentry.
south. 50
What's
meters.
for that?
Engaging. I'll take it. Tagging location. Never mind. South. Thank you.
Air coming.
Engaging terminal. Requesting orbital. Heavy. Requesting orbital.
Orbital barrage.
Running good vehicle here.
Clear.
Eagle 1 returning to destroyer for resupply.
Get some. Get some. Dropping a pin. Northeast. 300 meters.
Sub-objective nearby.
Canister. Requesting sentry. Heavy. Southeast. 50 meters. Get
Sending in an Eagle.
bugs. Heavy. Southwest. Close.
Requesting orbital.
Orbital, get back.
Sending in an Eagle. Canisters empty.
Requesting air support.
Affirmative. Requesting orbital.
Requesting sentry.
Requesting air support.
Stay down. Eagle 1 leaving combat zone to resupply. Sending in an Eagle.
Objective critical stratagem available.
Calling down objective equipment.
Objective critical stratagem no longer available.
Calling down a sentry. Heavy. East. Close. Calling down supply. Calling down a support weapon. I got the terminal. Heavy. On my position. Cancel that. Heavy. On my position. Engaging terminal. I got the terminal. Reinforcing. Calling down a sentry. Bug tunnel breach. Orbital in.
Orbital barrage incoming.
Canister's empty. Freedom forever! Heavy, on my position.
Tagging map. Southeast. Far. Heavy. Southeast. 50
I got the
meters.
terminal!
Requesting advanced weaponry.
Requesting air support.
Requesting sentry.
Requesting sentry.
Calling in reinforcements.
Bug tunnel breach! Have a taste of democracy!
Requesting tac. Freedom has prevailed. Now head to the extraction point.
New canister!
Dropping a pin. Southeast. Far.
There is a side objective, but take out the Tesla so it doesn't kill you.
Request approved. Reinforcements have been launched.
Thank you. 50 meters. Point me to the enemy.
Enemy elite. South. 50 meters.
Requesting.
Sending in an eagle.
Wait, hold it. Don't go there. Trust me. Wait about 10 seconds.
You may proceed to extraction when ready.
It's almost done.
Engaging terminal.
Nice.
Tagging map.
Heavy.
South.
East.
Far.
50 meters.
Thank you.
Nice hit.
There is a beacon direction 100 degrees.
Heavy. West. 50 meters.
Found something! Out of ammo!
Requesting air support.
Support weapon.
Calling down a sentry. Sending in an eagle.
Heavy. South. 50 meters. Sending. Requesting orbital.
Take liberty.
Requesting air support.
Extraction is
empty! Got a sample! Bug tunnel breach!
Guys, stalker nest, stalker nest.
Enemy tactical asset within range.
Dropping a pin. South. 50 meters. Requesting air support. Orbital inbound. Sample. Bugs. Sample collected. Bug dropping us out. Found something! North. Requesting air support. Bug hole. Southwest.
What a lie.
Reinforcing!
Request approved. Reinforcements have been launched.
Reporting to the front. Tagging map. West. On my position.
Mission at 10 minutes remaining.
Supplies. Requesting sentry. Bag empty. Calling in reinforcements. Last reload. On down. Marking location. Out of ammo. Dropping a pin. South. 100 meters. For prosperity. Reinforcing. Calling in reinforcements. Sending in an eagle.
Delivering payload.
Reloading. Sending in an eagle. Sending in an eagle. Orbital inbound. Reinforcing.
Outpost destroyed.
Requesting air support. Reloading. Sending in an eagle. Tagging map. Southeast. 100 meters. Heavy. West. Close. Calling down a sentry. Got a sample. Orbital inbound. Tagging map. South. 300 meters. Calling in reinforcements! Calling in reinforcements! Reinforcing!
Reinforcement budget depleted.
Found something!
Requesting advanced weaponry. Tac pack inbound.
Bugs, northeast. Calling down a sentry!
5 minutes left. Liberty, speed your step, Helldiver.
I think Tesla killed. No, don't go there. You're gonna get killed by.
Don't go there, don't go.
Nope.
Late night, I forget that I threw a Tesla coil there, it was my fault.
The range is a bit, you know, wide.
Yeah.
Requesting advanced weaponry!
Mr. Pink, you might get killed by electricity. Watch it.
Calling down a sentry!
Additional reinforcement funding approved.
Sentry, west.
Watch for that. Watch for that. Hey, flat.
You will get
Tagging
that.
location. Never mind. Heavy, northwest, 100 meters. Requesting air support. Ready to liberate. Heavy, north, 50 meters. Heavy, northwest, 50 meters.
They told me, right?
How'd you like to taste of freedom? I'm sorry. Calling in extraction. Requesting air support.
You should probably do that, you know?
Calling in extraction.
Extraction request confirmed. Shuttle inbound.
Heavy, northwest, close. Marking location. Requesting air support. Sending in an eagle. This called democracy. Orbital inbound. You'll never destroy our way.
T-minus 1 minute, 30 seconds.
Okay, pull back, pull back.
Sending in an eagle. Bug tunnel breach.
Eagle 1, leaving combat zone to resupply.
ETA T-minus 1 minute. Additional reinforcement funding approved.
On my position. Calling in reinforcements. Joining the fray. Station.
T-minus 30 seconds.
Requesting district. Sending in an eagle. Calling
Nice, nice. I know it. I fucking knew it.
Marking extraction point.
30 seconds, right?
Canister's empty.
Pelican 1 preparing to depart. Shuttle launch in 20 seconds.
No reinforce. You shouldn't have got in. It's fine. No time.
Extraction complete. Pelican 1 beginning ascent.
Liberty has seen you through.
Yeah, next time wait before jumping in the... Yeah.
Sorry, it wasn't.
It's okay.
It was me.
Okay, the Gloom is better than the last one. More playable, yeah.
You mean Predator Strain?
We will fight on.
That
Yes.
bugs? Oh yes.
They were hard, annoying. They were jumping around, coming from all the sides.
Also
Helldiver.
cloaked.
Take command of the galaxy's liberation.
That's also.
Mission coordinates locked. Engaging orbital thrusters. Hellpods prime. Orbit synchronized.
Should I take Commando this time? Do you think it's better than the Quasar?
It's you know, matter of choice, I guess. They're both good.
Take the Help. I think I will take the Helpot. Yours is flame resistant also?
Yeah, the flame one.
Launch initiated.
I have a question. My microphone shows it's open all the time. Is it do you hear the game voices from my side, or is it bothering you?
No, it's fine. I just hear your voice, so it's fine.
Let our enemies choke upon their territorial ambitions.
Calling down supplies. Deploying SOS beacon. Freedom requires firepower. Freedom requires firepower.
just move away from that, they'll be dead.
Heavy, northwest. Close.
No, I forgot. That's not the Quasar. We got him!
Thing is,
We got him!
I tried to take out my ultimatum,
But
it didn't take it out. I'm sure I pressed.
it's fine. Fine.
Sorry.
Affirmative.
Allied destroyer joining squadron, deploying Helldiver to combat zone.
I forgot that I didn't brought the Quasar. I brought the Plasma Lancer and I killed myself.
Allied destroyer joining squadron, deploying Helldiver.
Force of habit. What can I say?
Yeah, I shot the commandos too fast. 3 of them literally went up.
Marking location. Heavy, west.
Good.
Reinforcing.
I'm sorry, bro.
Heavy, north. 50 meters. Throwing. Calling in reinforcements. Heavy, north. 50 meters. Tagging low cancel lab. Objective located. East.
Do you have a commando still?
It's under the heavy. I cannot take it.
Okay.
Calling down a sentry. Thank you.
Thanks, man.
Permanent hive structure destroyed.
Objective located.
Oh,
East.
there is more. If you wanna shoot.
Marking location. Never mind. Objective located. East. Reinforcing.
Permanent hive structure destroyed.
Thank you.
Nice. Maybe we can see now.
Affirmative. Heavy. On. Heavy. Canister's empty. Heavy. Southwest. On my position.
Sub-objective nearby.
Tagging location. Cancel that. Heavy. Southwest. Close. Heavy. location. Support weapon.
Your gun is free.
Supplies. Injury? What injury?
Requesting air support.
Sentry, north. Objective located, north. Heavy, on my position. Canister's empty. I'm out. I got the terminal. Heavy, on my position.
Requesting advanced weaponry.
Sentry. Engaging terminal. Sample selected. Calling down a support weapon.
Deploying equipment package.
I got the terminal. Say hello to democracy. Say hello to democracy.
Yeah, somebody hit the lever. With this thing finish.
Heavy, east, close. Like you say, oh, burrito. Heavy, northeast, close. Heavy, on my position. Requesting sentry. I'm on it. Affirmative.
Move it, move it.
Liberty dispatch.
Supplies. Throwing supply beacon.
Marking location.
Max empty. Max empty.
Calling down a support weapon.
Heavy, northeast, 50 meters.
Tagging location. Never mind. Heavy.
Calling down a support weapon. Heavy, north, 50 meters.
Requesting air support. Front hold. On my position. Heavy, east, close. Calling in reinforcements.
Nice.
Thank you.
Thank you guys.
New canister.
He took one anti-tank in his face and an ultimatum. He still
Yeah, I saw it. bug nest.
Get some! Get some! Bug outpost spotted! Marking location, northeast. Calling down supplies!
Requesting sentry! Calling in orbital strike!
Requesting advanced weaponry.
Heavy, on my position. Heavy, on my position.
Requesting backpack.
Canister's empty. Sending in an eagle.
Yeah, go back, go back. Go back. 500 kg.
Sample collect.
Outpost destroyed.
Jesus Christ. What the fuck was that?
Calling in reinforcements!
Have a taste of tomorrow. Ready to liberate. Dropping a pin, northeast, 100 meters.
Calling down a sentry!
Calling down a support weapon.
Calling in reinforcements!
Reinforcement budget running low. Request approved. Reinforcements on the way.
Joining the fray. Tagging map, north, 50 meters.
Eagle 1 reloading. Be back shortly.
That's called democracy! Reinforcing!
Bug tunnel breach.
Heavy! North, 50 meters.
Nice.
Orbital inbound. Calling down a support weapon.
Have a taste of democracy!
This is retarded. The bunkers, even if you kill them, explode.
Tactical asset nearby.
Requesting sentry! Requesting advanced weaponry!
Terminate hive
Dropping a
structure
pin,
destroyed.
west, 100 meters. Support weapon. Tagging map. South, 50 meters. Dropping a pin. North. Far.
It's like a good advice, just go around the town.
Mission map.
Probably safer.
Requesting sentry.
I agree.
Tagging map. Northwest. Far. Dropping a pin.
Oh, look.
Northeast. 100 meters. South.
Stalker nest. Great.
Tactical asset nearby.
Tagging location. Heavy impact. Tagging. Heavy. Say hello to democracy.
Move it, move it.
Calling down a sentry. Requesting advanced weaponry.
Requesting air support.
Requesting air support.
Here comes the cavalry.
Stop, stop, stop.
Cancel that. Sentry. Southwest.
I thought these guys couldn't hit when you're lying on the floor.
Yes and no. Correct.
Heavy. Southwest. Close.
There he is.
Calling down a support weapon. Heavy. Tagging map. Northwest. Far. Dropping a pin. Northwest. Far. Heavy. West. Close. Heavy. West. Close. Dropping a pin. North. 200 meters.
Super samples, possibly.
Marking location. Bug hole. Northwest. 100 meters. Rare sample acquired.
Mr. J2, wait, wait, wait.
Dropping item.
Take this to the exit. You know where it is?
Calling down a sentry.
Just teleport and try to,
tunnel bridge.
You got close enough. That's the exit, right?
That's the...
Yeah, that's the exit.
They're safe.
Yep.
Thank you.
I tried to go.
Heavy, east, close. South, 100 meters. Thank you. Requesting orbital strike.
Do we have another? Yes, I have another.
There could be a nest for the big guys.
Requesting advanced weapon southeast.
Heavy,
What
on
for
my
that?
position.
What for that?
Requesting air support.
The fuck was
Oh,
that?
you're careful, guys. Careful. Get back, get back, get back.
Throwing supply beacon. Supplies, north. Bug tunnel breach.
Additional reinforcement funding.
Have a taste of democracy. Sentry. Support northwest. Sentry. Requesting advanced weaponry. Requesting orbital.
Yeah, pull back, pull back.
You have accomplished liberty. Extracting your discretion.
Calling down a sentry.
With the Tesla.
Yes, yes, yes. It landed right next to me.
I thought you were coming this side. I'm sorry.
I didn't see the beacon.
Orbital inbound.
Tesla beacon.
Sorry.
Sentry.
Okay.
Sentry.
Additional reinforcement funding approved.
Calling in reinforcements.
Request approved. Deploying
I think I gave you the samples for a reason, you know, so we don't die.
Calling down a support weapon.
This random.
Ready to liberate.
Last reload.
Tagging map. West. 50 meters. Requesting advanced weaponry.
Sending down equipment package.
Calling down a support weapon.
meters. Tagging map, west, 100 meters. Calling down more heavy. Cancel that.
Heavy, south, close.
Dropping a pin.
Additional reinforcement funding approved.
Enemy elite, southwest.
That guy.
100 meters.
Bridge.
Spare sample collected. Orbital.
Go back.
Calling down a sentry. Requesting sentry. Get some! Get some! Requesting sentry.
Mission at 10 minutes remaining.
Like okay. Oh, burrito. Dropping item. Requesting sentry.
I would recommend dropping samples on the ground so you don't get ragdolled away.
Rare sample acquired. Requesting advanced heavy. North, 50 meters. Calling down supplies. Heavy, northwest.
Extraction request confirmed. Shuttle inbound.
Last reload. Got equipment.
Calling down a sentry. Requesting sentry.
ETA T-minus 1 minute, 30 seconds.
Mud hive spotted. Heavy, west, close.
ETA T-minus 1 minute.
By the way, that napalm is a bit too close.
How'd you like to
Say
take
again?
freedom?
It's too close, the napalm.
Yeah, I thought it.
No, it's fine, let's go other way.
Heavy, northwest. On my position.
ETA T-minus 30 seconds.
Calling down a sentry.
Rare sample acquired.
ETA T-minus 20 seconds.
extraction point. Northwest.
Countdown initiated. Stand by for takeoff. Extraction complete. Pelican 1 beginning ascent.
Today you've carved another foothold in a long climb to liberty.
Welcome back. Friendly fire is a necessary evil.
Liberty's enemies.
Mission coordinates locked.
Ah, this is Blitz. This should be easy.
Hellpods prime. Engaging orbital thrusters. Orbit synchronized.
Do you want fast running or expert extraction or help with space optimization? I think we took it.
Anything is good actually.
Hellpod launch initiated.
History will remember your deeds this day.
Wait, where is the terminal?
Calling down a walker.
Objective located.
Calling down a...
Deploying support weapon.
Calling down a sentry.
Magnets,
Box
magnets.
tunnel free. I'm on it. I'm on it.
Open it.
Calling down a sentry.
Sorry,
No, no, it was my
I was
fault.
going in reverse.
I teleported inside of you.
Good.
Requesting sentry. Heavy is close.
There must be a mushroom.
Marking location. Never mind. Bugs, southwest. Heavy west, close. Bug hole west, close.
Wait, nobody launched the missile, guys.
Be careful, there are coils nearby and stuff.
Outpost destroyed.
For Frost Ferry. Affirmative.
Good job.
Objective completed.
Found something. Calling down a sentry.
So many heavy bugs. Oh my god.
Requesting orbital strike.
Many big bugs.
Reporting to the front.
Yeah, I didn't saw him, sorry.
He just appeared. Do you see my stuff on the map? There is like 5 or 6 big bug holes right there.
Democracy has landed. Tagging map. North.
Yeah.
100 meters.
At the B3 location.
my position. Canister. Smoke tunnel breach.
Okay.
Canisters empty. Flashing sentry. Have a taste of democracy. Sentry. Throwing supply beacon.
Can you blow me a wall? Oh, no need, no need.
What do you want me to do?
Calling down a sentry.
You can shoot down the wall with ultimation,
Sure,
but
sure.
yeah, but no need. You can exit actually. They made it like this.
Last reload.
Calling in reinforcements.
Okay, we got one more hole to close. Which one?
She has landed.
Warning, you are leaving the mission area.
Not this one.
Requesting sentry.
This yellow one, I call them the cows.
Requesting walker.
Yep, that works.
Dropping a pin. West. 200 meters.
I think also if you shoot down the mushroom or a spore or a shrieker nest, it counts.
One minute left. Destroyer preparing to leave.
Requesting sentry.
Maybe here, I don't know.
Danger.
You have ignited the torches of liberty. Extraction awaits.
Super destroyer leaving low orbit. Emergency extraction shuttle deployed.
Of course. I mean, it's Blitz, this is to be expected.
You know what was that was my mistake. Instead changing the really fast, you know, the weapons, and I was on my ultimatum. I tried to change it.
And you shoot yourself.
Yeah, I killed myself.
Tagging map. East, 200 meters.
Outpost cleared. ETA T-minus 1 minute. ETA T-minus 30 seconds.
Thanks.
Bugs, west. Cancel that. Tagging location.
ETA T-minus 20 seconds.
I think if you just stay inside the mecha and you know, don't move, when they hit, they are dying.
Yeah, but
T-minus 10
you know.
seconds.
And the cows are coming. Oh, breach is coming, guys.
Nothing we can do.
We have a.
No.
We don't have more.
The timer is zero.
Everything.
Stand by for takeoff. Extraction complete. Pelican 1 beginning ascent.
You do it.
Good job, guys.
Liberty has seen you through.
Just in time.
I don't know how they expect us to find anything with all the fog.
Like 50 meters maximum out, you know.
Yeah, the scan range.
Visible range is also not so much. Sometimes it's really, you cannot even see what's in front of you. So really.
That was one for the record books, where all missions are logged for analysis.
Okay, fellas, I gotta go. Thanks for the game.
Good night.
Allied destroyer has left squadron.
Bye.
Universal man thing.
No, don't care. nose ring theory with over
Black men shake hand, white men shake hand. Nose ring theory. Yep, they know. Mm-hmm.
1,200
transcends
likes.
race.
So you might be wondering, like I did, what about having a bunch of metal in your face would cause someone to treat you poorly? I mean, sure, the style isn't everyone's type, but these men were clearly attracted enough to her to date her, so then what is it that's causing the relationships to not go well? So I decided to look into what these men were referencing when they talked about the piercing theory or the nose ring theory. And this was the top video I found.
Have y'all ever heard of the septum piercing theory?
Uh-huh.
If you have a septum piercing, you may not want to look it up, but I'm always the last person to hear about shit. So, this is common knowledge. It's dead ass. It's actually dead ass. It says that any person who has a septum piercing makes their trauma their entire personality.
I knew a girl in middle school that wasn't diagnosed with BPD yet. She's the same girl that would draw yaoi in school and then coerced me into getting into it because I'd had no friends. And then later on I found out that she had BPD. She dyed her hair very frequently and bleached it. She was only 13 or 14 years old. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, we love her 69. No, dude, I had no friends, man. I was a fucking sad little loser, dude. Coerce, yeah, right, but yeah, I know, it's kind of strange to, like, think about it, and I know you're bullying me and saying, like, haha, very funny, Alana's into yaoi. I had no friends in middle school, and she gave me attention, okay? Like, I can guarantee you that one of y'all got into a fucked up relationship, and I'm not saying a friendship and a relationship is the same, but when girls like this give you attention and you have nothing, I don't know, man. It's something to you and it means a lot, but yeah. I wish she's just like me. Dude, I'm just saying, like, when you're 13 or 14 years old, like, and you have no friends, you'll fucking you'll do anything for a crumb of attention. Even if for friends. She's self-reporting, too.
And she agrees? It's dead ass.
It's dead ass,
like I said, dead ass.
Damn, straight from the horse's mouth. Or maybe I should say straight from the bull's mouth. You know, because the
cowering.
You get it. And if even the person with the nose ring is saying it's true, I mean, there's gotta be something there. And this is just even more hilarious when we take that theory and then reference back to the first video where the girl was making her relationship trauma her entire personality. Okay, that might have been a little reductive. After all, it was just one video. Surely her entire profile isn't like that.
Yo, you guys never told me how cool it is to have a dad. Like, this is a secret that's been kept from me, okay? I grew up with 3 moms. My mom used...
I knew kids that divorced twice, but damn, 3 times is kind of impressive.
Shoes are off the charts.
Okay, sure. I mean, so maybe she doesn't have a dad and has a ton of self-proclaimed mommy issues, but that doesn't mean trauma's her entire personality.
I have psoriasis. Not like a little psoriasis, like all over my entire body. When I tell you, my whole body looks like this.
Okay, so she...
I had a friend that told me a story of their mom getting a traumatic brain injury from like a car crash or something. And they said that in order to get like support in understanding their brain injury, they joined a Facebook group to like, you know, talk to people and seeing what they deal with and how they can treat it. And there are people who unironically make anything their entire personality, and those problems and those demons stick to them And it's like, oh, you want to go outside? It's like, no, I feel so bad. It's like, well, we could go on a little walk. It's like, no, I'm just in so much pain all the time. It's like, well, I know, but like, you know, everybody has pain. You should go outside and like hang out with your friends. Like, no, I don't want to go outside. And so, oh, no, me too. Like, and those kinds of people don't want help. They want someone to like rant and bitch to, and it brings down the entire mood for everybody else, even people that suffer from the same type of sickness or disease. I'm not even talking like an able-bodied person getting ranted to by someone who has a sickness. It's the person who is suffering from the same disease or something. They want attention. They don't want to get better. Yeah, emotional vampires. It's so sad.
Has a bit of medical trauma too, but I mean, there's more to her.
Nothing normal can ever happen to me.
Family like that, yeah, it's super sad.
Okay, so attracting chaos, it might be a little red flag, but I mean, there's gotta be something normal here.
Not to be a man-hater or anything. Actually, no, fully to be a man-hater.
3 strikes and we're out already. Fuck.
Fully to be a man-hater.
Oh, okay, I guess she also just doesn't like...
You must be so boring in real life if that's what your personality is, man. Yeah, try 15. No, this was a major one. Sorry, the major third one for me. Dude, I can't imagine.
Man, I mean, you could have brought that up when you were theorizing on why your relationships with men might be going
Sounds
poorly.
Like my ex, she had a rose
starting
ring.
to connect the dots. Now, when I first started looking into nose ring theory, I didn't think that I would take it seriously at all. I thought it would just be a good laugh. But the more I looked into it, the more I think that it might actually hold some weight, because I did find quite a number of studies that have strong correlations between individuals with a lot of piercings and tattoos and how they are perceived and who they attract. This study seems to indicate that people with piercings and tattoos scored significantly higher than those without for sensation-seeking and risk-taking behavior.
Another girl in my high school, I know this is an anecdotal experience and this is just me stopping the video for like the 15th time. I had a really good friend in school who, as soon as she turned 18, she started getting tattoos, right? And every month she would get a new one, and she'd talk about how she's addicted to getting tattoos. You said you had no friends? I said in middle school, man. This is high school. I was like 17, 18 years old. I finally found friends. I moved schools too, but that's besides the point. You guys are rage baiting me. Okay, where was I? I was just trying to say that this girl, she still to this day posts on Facebook about getting new tattoos. I have her on Facebook still, and I occasionally see posts by her. And her entire personality is getting tattoos. No space. Yeah, you'd think she'd run out of space at this point, but like, I guess they're expensive. Yeah.
Years. This other study that I found seems to indicate that people with piercings and tattoos, specifically women, scored significantly higher for extroversion and assertiveness, meaning they are more aggressive socially.
Oh my god, she's married to a guy that's very, very submissive and lets her walk all over him. Oh my god, I remember reading. Oh my god, this makes so much sense. Oh my god. Oh man, I know this is anecdotal, but fuck. She's putting it together. I know, I was like, does this really need to be a study? Like, I could have told you this, like, with my personal experience, but yeah, she had a boyfriend in high school, and that guy was assertive, and then they eventually broke up, and I was like, okay, whatever, I mean, it's a high school thing. And then she got married to a guy that's, like, really soft-spoken, and, like, kind of lets her do whatever she wants. They have kids and everything, and it's, you know, like, fuck, man.
This study that I found in Psychology
kind of a
Today
doormat, I'm not
examines
gonna
how
lie.
people with tattoos and piercings are perceived, and the most popular finding was that they are perceived to be more sexually promiscuous, and that they tend to attract people who are looking for more casual relationships than serious ones. And many other studies seem to point to people with piercings and tattoos having higher correlations with impulsivity and more experience with trauma and adversity.
Well, people who got tattoos back in the olden days, like thousands of years ago, they would quite literally, they would have no numbing and they would pierce their skin with ink. Yeah, it would really hurt. Like, it wasn't like this where it's like a needle piercing you thousands of times a minute, right? They would like physically poke them with like with a nail and then put ink at the tip and pierce them. Yeah, sailors, pirates, gang members, and that would be like a traumatic thing piercing your skin. A lot of remembers. No, I just studied it. I don't know why. I thought tattoos were interesting. You know, it's funny. I have an interest in tattoos and tattoo art, but I have no tattoos. I thought that was always really weird of me to always admit, man. You are from New Zealand? Don't they do tattoos the old-fashioned way? You mean the Maoris? I don't know. I'm not Maori. I'm not Maori.
Holistically out there. See how your
I'm a white person. I'm a Pakeha. Like, I want to know. I don't know.
A study from BMC Psychology seemed to find a strong correlation between body modifications and people who experienced childhood abuse and neglect. And
cheese and crackers, what?
This one really stood out to me. This one found a notable prevalence of individuals with a high number of body modifications and borderline personality disorder. Now, this is not to say that individuals with piercings and tattoos are all degenerate problem children undeserved.
No, my brother has 1, 2. He has 3 tattoos. I don't think he's a problem person. Oh no. Yeah, I mean, what? What? He has 3 tattoos! I get tattoos in the military? Yeah. Reloading. No, it's fine. What?
I myself have a belly button piercing and an entire side piece, and I find myself to be pretty well adjusted and have had a lot of success in my relationships.
But again, it's not everybody. It's just like, you know, you see a trend and it's like a pattern of behavior. It's like maybe there's a little bit of correlation.
Does beg the question, could there be any legitimacy to the nose ring theory, or is it mostly just something that jerks shout at people they disagree with online when they happen to have a nose ring?
Absolutely. Yeah, of course. People get mad at each other and stereotype all the time.
Hey, keep it
What do you
down.
mean? We say pronouns in bio and flags in bio, and we joke, but that doesn't mean every single person doesn't have anything valid to say. Are you saying every VTuber needs a tattoo? No, I'm not saying that at all.
My ultimate conclusion? Probably both. Obviously, even with all of these studies and research papers, you're never going to be able to make a correct, sweeping, blanket generalization about every one kind of person who looks a certain way. In the case
Look, if you look long enough, you can absolutely start categorizing people. I'm not even talking about, like, people who are, like, unironically racist and saying, like, you know, racist shit that... I'm not even gonna repeat them, but, like, you know what I'm saying? I can categorize Karens. I can. I have encountered enough Karens in my life that I can look at someone and just assume, very likely, what they're going to be like in front of me when I'm interacting with them as a customer to like a person who's dealing with a customer.
Of the first video we watched where the girl is describing her...
I can categorize someone with a facial piercing because I've encountered enough girls with facial piercings in my life that I could be like, oh, you're probably gonna behave like this.
Issues with relationships with men. We know that people did at least initially find her very attractive, as she even cites at the end of the video that I cut off that both men and women have described completely falling in love with her. And when I first listened to her story, I wasn't even making any judgments about her physical appearance. I was truly waiting for the other shoe to drop, and she was going to describe some consistent patterns of behavior that might lead to all of this correlation.
Look, I'm gonna gonna say, if you've been many failed relationships and it's always because of the same thing, maybe you should like self-reflect. Just like even a little bit, man.
For Case, I definitely think that being a vocal man-hater was probably the linchpin in the disruption in her relationship with men, but certainly not all women with piercings and tattoos feel that way.
But most women who have dads that abandoned them or left them in some sort of fashion and they have daddy issues, a lot of them hate men because they have that association, and it is what it is, man. It's a traumatic experience if you lost your dad. Self-reflection with people like this, I mean, some of them do. Some people get better, like, I don't know.
In fact, here are some examples of super pierced and tattooed girls in very happy relationships with men.
Holy guacamole. Why does he look like just an average dude that you would play Call of Duty with? Best cat dad ever. I'm so in love with him. I've also noticed this too. Maybe this is like a girl perspective thing, but girls that constantly advertise about how wonderful their relationships are on Facebook, they're the ones that have horrible relationships. I don't know if this is true for like guys looking at people's social medias, but I have 100%. This is not like a one-off thing, but multiple times. Like, I love my husband, I love him so much, we've been together for 5 years, and next day they post again like, oh my god, I love my husband. It's like, do you really need to post every day? You still use Facebook? Yes, unfortunately my parents are boomers and they fucking love Facebook! I have to talk to them on Facebook because they won't fucking use anything else and I hate it. I love him!
Also, it's so funny how they always go for the nerdy gamer guys. But this is what makes the nose ring theory so complex. Because if the first video were to be enough to prove that it's—
Cinder posted every day about how much she cared about her friends, so it's an easy red flag. I don't know if that's true or not. I don't know if that's true or not, but I don't know, it could be.
Accurate, then all of these other videos should be enough to disprove it, right? At the end of the day, the nose ring theory is just that, a theory, an idea worth discussing. Is it true that people with a lot of tattoos and piercings tend to be a bit more rebellious, chaotic, and traumatized? Yeah, probably, but does it make them inherently undateable?
I think this— I might get a lot of flack for this, but men who have hand tattoos likely traumatized. And this is coming from someone who had a grandpa that had a lot of knuckle piercings, knuckle tattoos from the army. Like he had the knuckle, you know, the words on the knuckles. I don't even remember what they were. This was a long time ago. He's passed away, but Charlie has a hand tattoo though. He has trauma, but he doesn't talk about it because he's a boy, and social standards tell boys not to talk about their traumas, unlike girls. I don't know, maybe. Just saying.
No, some of them are. Some of them are absolutely untrue, but not all. As with most things, it's a case-by-case scenario, and it's always more important to pay attention to how a person behaves or what they believe in than it is to try and find secret clues in how they look or dress. Anyway, that has been my analysis on nose ring theory. If you liked my coverage, please drop a like on the video, consider subscribing. We are so close to the big 500,000, the big 500,000 subscribers, and drop any comments that you have on the subject down below, because that also
we like
helps
her,
boost
man.
me in the
She's
algorithm
awesome.
and grow my channel. And if you want even more from me than what you find here, consider joining my Patreon, patreon.com/thedadvocate.
Equal shared parenting, healthier relationships. Wow, this lady's nice.
for early access to my
Healthy,
videos,
stable
exclusive
person.
content, and exclusive merch that you can't get anywhere else. Thank you so much for watching all the way until the very end. I will catch you in the next one. Until soon.
Go check her out, chat. You've seen her videos before. She's awesome. Rare Woman W. That is not true. We have watched many girls make videos. Feminists hate this one trick. Yeah, being a nice, kind person. It's crazy. I know how to wake up a girl with a nose ring with a 9-volt battery. Yeah, did you get punched in the face too? She's already at 500k? Holy dude! Yeah, go check her out right now. Chat, like I said, there are exceptions to the rule. Not every single person who has a nose piercing or has hand tattoos as a man has issues. But a lot of them do. A lot of them. Yep. Not every VTuber has mental illness, but a lot of them do, okay? People can be nuanced and different! All guys are saying I can fix her? The same thing happens to girls that see dudes with freaking neck tattoos and face tattoos. They think they can fix them too. Both genders are equally as guilty for thinking they can fix someone when in reality they need to fix themselves.
Okay, where were we? Zipline set, climb on!
For a minute and a half, which is pretty realistic.
I'm good at keeping secrets. I got a whopper myself.
Have you ever had a vague memory but couldn't quite recall all of the details? You know something happened. Something big.
It was an accident. We had an accident.
Then slowly, the truth of it all starts to come back.
They said they needed River's presence, so they pumped him full of drugs. They put him on transport.
Then you remember why you forgot. And this realization only causes more questions.
Maybe it's the burial ground.
What? Maybe here is where our answer lies.
Maybe there's some connection between all of us.
Maybe here is where the greatest twist in all of horror has been hidden, trapped in a motel with 10 strangers in identity. And if you're like me, you completely forgot just how good this movie is and how great this twist is. And if you've never seen it before, good luck finding it on Netflix. Because when I search it, I get this note, which means that Netflix knows what the movie is, it's just not available in my country. And that's why I've partnered with NordVPN, so we can all just change our IP address over to Finland and actually watch it. Not only do they open the door to so many other countries that you can use with the streaming services that you already have, but they also help keep you protected. For example, let's say that you find yourself at a motel in the middle of nowhere, Nevada, and they have internet access, but it's this. This is just one of the ways for scammers and spammers to be able to get a hold of your information, but you can stop them before they ever have the chance by using a VPN. The best part of this partnership is that Nord is only offering their best deal through creators like myself directly to you. When you sign up for a 2-year plan, you also get 4 bonus months on top of that, and they also have a 30-day money-back guarantee, so there's no reason for you not to finally get a VPN so you can go and experience what the world has on other Netflixes. And all you have to do is use my link down in the description, nordvpn.com/poltergibst, that's nordvpn.com/poltergibst, so you can finally be protected when you're out there in the world and also experience the world through NordVPN. And one more time, that is nordvpn.com/ Poltergifts, and thank you NordVPN for partnering with me on this video.
As I was going up the stair, I met a man who wasn't there.
He wasn't there again today. I wish he'd go away. This poem is the first thing that we hear from a session between Malcolm Rivers and Dr. Malik. And it's just a simple poem that Malcolm made up when he was still a child, but before we get any more details than that, Dr. Malik begins to skip around in the recording. It's through this opening scene with the doctor that we learn more about Malcolm and the murders that he may have committed. This seems to be the reason the doctor is here in the first place, as we even hear him question Malcolm on exactly who he is speaking with and what he should call him.
Call me whatever you want.
Now everything happens really quick here through this opening scene, but through the questions and the articles that we can see, we learn that Malcolm has been sentenced to death row, and that Dr. Malik here is the psychiatrist that was tasked with assessing Malcolm's mental state. And from what he has in his notes, it seems that he believes that something has broken that mental state, leading it to fracture, ultimately causing the death of 6 people at the Lake Worth apartments. The real problem is they've already tried to get Malcolm off on the insanity plea so he can be put into a mental ward, but it failed the first time because of the lack of evidence. And now he is...
Wasn't so easy, eh?
less than 24 hours away from his execution, which is why tonight is so important, because they're holding one last meeting to determine if he needs to go to execution or if he needs to go to an asylum somewhere. And this meeting was put together so quick and under the radar that now everyone is scrambling to get there in time, including the judge and Malcolm, who is already in the process of being moved there.
They said they needed River's presence, so they pumped him full of drugs. They put him on transport.
On the same dark and stormy night at a motel in the middle of nowhere, Nevada, everything is nice and calm. But that doesn't last for very long, as a car comes flying up to the motel and a man jumps out holding his wife and pleading for help because she won't stop bleeding.
It was an accident. We had an accident.
Now it's here that everything stops and we flash back to the accident. And this happens quite a bit throughout the film to give us the full story to how each guest ended up at this motel. A total of 10 guests, 11 if we count Larry, who is the motel manager, all become trapped at this motel because of the raging storm that has even washed out the road up ahead. So with so many guests fixing to show up here, we can go through them one by one, starting off with Larry here, who is the motel manager and just finds himself caught up in all of the craziness that is fixing to happen. Then we have our first car with George here, who was just carrying his wife Alice after the accident, and Alice's son, George's stepson, is in the back seat, and his name is Timmy. They were driving down the road when they ran over a shoe that popped a hole in one of their tires, causing them to have a blowout and have to pull over to attempt to fix it. It's here that Timmy knocks on the window to get Alice's attention as he sticks his hand up to the window, and she matches his movement, and as he moves back, she moves back, just in time to get hit by a car. And that car was being driven by Ed, who's the chauffeur to the actress Caroline Suzanne. And from what we see within the car before the accident, it seems that Caroline is the cause of this accident, as she's demanding that Ed hand her her spare cell phone battery just as he takes his eyes off the road and takes out Alice. So as they stop to see what in the world just happened, Ed goes to get out against the wishes of Caroline.
If you help them, assume responsibility.
It is my responsibility.
And Ed, being the good guy that he is, does help the family and loads them up and makes their way to the motel. And as we find out next, the tire that blew out was caused by a shoe that flew out of the case of Paris's car. Because it's as she's looking for a lighter that she reaches back to unlock her suitcase, which causes a bunch of clothes and one of her shoes to go flying. As she also remembers where she left her lighter, with a client that she had previously. She seems to have left it on his nightstand. And it's through Paris that we also find out that the road up ahead of the motel has been completely washed out by the storm, and that she might just be the reason that the phones no longer work at the motel as she backs into one of the telephone poles. All of these misfortunes lead her to getting a ride from Ed, who was trying to make his way to the hospital, but since he doesn't listen to her, he leaves them both stranded on the side of the road. Luckily, this is when the newly married couple, Jenny and Lou, come pulling up to give them a ride back to the motel. Now, I know what you're thinking. That's a lot of people with a lot of stuff that just happened all at once, and aren't we still missing 2 people? And the answer is yes to both, but this does give time for everyone that is now there to get settled into their rooms, and for Ed to find a sewing kit to close up the wound in Alice's neck. And it's here that the final car drives up.
Do you feel that?
Feel what?
Cold.
This is Officer Rhodes and the prisoner that he is currently transporting. And with their arrival, we now have all 11 people trapped at this motel. All of them having their own problems and their own secrets. And I mean every single one of them has a secret. But the good news is that Ed managed to get Alice all stitched up and even got the approval of Officer Rhodes.
Pulse is shallow but steady, just keep it comfortable.
Bad news is there's a killer on the loose, and Caroline finds out the hard way, as she had stepped out of her room to try to find cell phone service and instead gets found by one of the other guests. Now, if you were just watching the theatrical cut of this movie, this whole next scene might just seem almost supernatural. Because Ed just wakes up, goes off into the rain, and immediately finds a trail of the curtain hangers that Caroline left behind. Then it gets even weirder when he makes his way to the laundry room and finds Caroline's head within one of the dryers. because this is when Larry and Officer Rhodes walks in to find him with the severed head of the only person that he knows, and neither of them have any questions to how he found it or what's going on. But if you watch the extended version of this film, you would still be confused because there's no answers here. All of the answers to what just happened are in the deleted scenes. Because it's there that we see that everyone heard Caroline scream, George gets Ed gets up, he goes to each room with Officer Rhodes to see who it was, and then when he's in Caroline's room, he notices the shower curtain is gone, causing him to stumble around outside until he finds the shower curtain hangers on the ground. And at this time, Officer Rhodes and Larry are also going from place to place to see who it was and what happened, completely filling in all the gaps to the questions that I had, and also not making Ed so suspicious in this moment, but making him out to be a really good detective.
You a cop? I was.
Officer Rhodes also seems like both a good and bad detective, as he spots a room key in the dryer with Caroline, but then he just tries to grab it with his bare hand. Regardless of that though, this is where the real problem is, as the room key is to his room, where he left his prisoner unattended.
Where's your guy? He's cuffed to a toilet.
He was cuffed to the toilet, but now he's free to go wherever he wants. Just after this awful revelation, we cut back over to our late night meeting where the judge has just arrived and is ready to get everything started. But there's just one problem, and that...
Oh!
Nema ovdje.
A nema vas. Nakon nisam sve rasput.
Dođi
ono, sad će ono pokrenuti nešto.
Dođi, Vojka, dođi.
Kad tako uđeš i držiš vrata otvoren, kažeš neće mačke ući. Gdje neće ući? Samo metlom mani, ne moraš da je biješ, obećam. Moraš vrata otvoriti. Vrate otvorit će, ali da ne zna gdje će. Thanks. Look. Sorry.
That's that Malcolm still hasn't arrived yet, and his lawyer requests that they wait for him to get there. The judge, however, basically tells him to either jump out of a window or hurry up and state his case. As they're getting their meeting started, there's another meeting that just got started back at the motel, where they have to get everyone together to tell them the news that there is now a killer on the loose. There's already one of the guests dead. But it's not just that that causes everyone to begin to freak out. It's also the fact that they cannot find Caroline's body. And to top it off, Larry lets everyone know that Ed used to be a cop, which, with how secretive everyone is, they feel uneasy about Ed now. But with how he's handled everything up to this point, they don't really question him anymore about it, and they don't even question him when he unholsters his own weapon, because he's gonna need it to go with Rhodes to see if they can find this escaped prisoner. But just before they go, Ed tries to tell Paris that she needs to stay here and help keep everyone calm, but she does not want to stay here in this room if Larry's gonna be there. Because from the moment she showed up, he knew exactly what she did for money and has been very vocal about his feelings towards her.
We don't rent rooms by the hour.
So to fix the situation, Ed tells Larry that he needs to come with him and Rhodes to go and search the place, since of course he should know it much better than they do. And Larry just pulls the card of "I just work here" and leaves to go to his office. Which means Ed and Rhodes are going to be the only ones searching for the prisoner.
Not gonna get too far, not this!
It's just before they split up to search the entire motel that Ed asks the big question of exactly what did the prisoner do? And I'm sure you already guessed it, multiple homicides. With this news, they split up to cover more ground, and the group that was supposed to stay within the room decides to do the same thing because they're all just dumb. Larry goes to steal Caroline's wallet because, well, she doesn't need it anymore, and Jenny and Lou get into a fight, causing them to leave the room they're supposed to stay in to go back to their own. Because they just got married 9 hours ago, and Jenny told Lou that she was pregnant with his kid, but it turns out that all of that was a lie. So as they begin to fight even more, Jenny locks herself into the bathroom. Paris follows after both of them to get them to calm down. Ed finds a knife missing from its sheath on an old bus. Rhodes continues searching, and Lou is trying his hardest to get Jenny out of the bathroom so they can at least talk until...
What are you doing? Lou? Jenny! Jenny! Jenny!
As she slowly steps out to see what happened to Lou, we can see that there's blood all over the walls and the shadow of someone with a knife trying to attack Jenny. She's able to narrowly avoid the same fate that Lou just had, as she's able to get the door shut and locked and jump out the window just in time to be saved by Rhodes. But when they all go to check the room, the only thing they find is Lou dead in the corner. It's here that we cut to the prisoner running away from the motel through the desert towards another group of buildings, where he breaks into what looks like a restaurant, and we get my favorite moment in the film.
What the hell?
There's only one other scene that I can compare this moment to the first time that I saw it, and it's from The Green Mile, when John Coffey heals Paul and then pops up all of the bad stuff. I'll never forget the shock of realizing that there's this whole extra supernatural layer to that movie, and it's the same thing that happens here. Because even though they catch him just after this, I was already fully on board with this mystery at a motel. Now I'm even more on board with this mystery where everyone is trapped at a supernatural motel. It's just so good. And it's all just ramping up too as they tie up the prisoner, and Ed leaves to go and take pictures of Lou's body, where he finds another room key in his hand. First they found room 10's key with Caroline, then Ed finds room 9's key with Lou, and then they find room 8's key with the prisoner. The prisoner who Larry was supposed to watch, and who woke up shortly after Ed and Rhodes left, and who Larry left to run to his office and now swears that he was alive when he left him.
I didn't do that! Look at him! What were you doing outside, Larry?
Not only is it Larry's baseball bat that is shoved down the prisoner's throat, but this is the moment that Larry also gets caught with Caroline's wallet. He then makes it even worse on himself as he pulls a knife on Paris to try to get away. But it doesn't stop there, as Paris forces him back and they slam into the fridge, and when she goes to get up, she grabs the door handle and out falls the real manager's body. And if you're thinking it can't get any worse for Larry, you'd be wrong, as now he's running away, he jumps into a truck and goes to leave, narrowly avoiding Ed and Rhodes, almost hitting Timmy, but then George is there to get crushed by the truck and slammed into the motel. After George is killed, Larry loses all of his vigor to try to escape, and then we cut back over to the meeting that is happening about Malcolm, where Malcolm's lawyers are trying their hardest to explain to the judge why they are pursuing the insanity plea again, even though it's less than 24 hours from his execution. Because it turns out that Malcolm's notebook was misfiled in evidence and is now the key to get them to truly declare him as insane.
What you are looking at are the private thoughts of several different people.
It's as Dr. Malik is explaining his diagnosis of Malcolm that he believes that he has DID, that they're all interrupted by the guards saying that the transport has arrived and Malcolm is here. Back at the motel, Larry is now tied up and trying his hardest to explain how he ended up in this situation? After losing everything at Vegas, he made his way to the motel, but there was nobody there until he searched around and found the manager, who was also named Larry, dead in his office. And since it was so hot, he figured he would put the body in the freezer so it wouldn't stink, and then just wait for somebody to show up to pick him up. But while nobody showed up to claim Larry, people did start showing up to just be guests at the motel. And since he needed the money and the job, he figured he would just give them a room key. Then he just kept doing it over and over again and became the new manager. Rhodes doesn't believe his insane story at all, but because it's so insane, it causes everyone else to think that maybe it could just be true. Except for Jenny, because she thinks that
maybe it's the burial ground.
What? She read about it in a brochure when they first got there and tells them they can read it for themselves, but basically the government had moved a bunch of Native Americans there 100 years ago, and since there was no water, they all died out there. Again, Rhodes thinks this is the dumbest thing that he's ever heard in his life and tells them the new plan, that if Larry moves from his seat, he's gonna shoot him. If anything that is out there tries to come inside, he's going to shoot it. And if anybody in here tries to do anything, he's going to shoot them. Honestly, it's not a bad plan. Everyone just stay together in the room, wait out the storm, and when the killer tries to make a move, you shoot him. And the plan does work for a while until Jenny brings up an old story about 10 strangers that ended up on an island and then started dying off one by one until they realized that they were all connected in some way.
You think maybe there's some connection between them.
But before they're able to find something that links them all together, Rhodes hears something from the adjoining room where Alice is lying in the bed. It was the next key number 6, that hit the floor as Alice is now dead. This causes them to ask the question of where is number 7? And if 6 is here, there's only one place that 7 could be. Even though it shouldn't be possible, they find the 7th key in George's pocket, and none of them know what to think in this moment, but Ed knows what they need to do next, as he tells Paris and Jenny to get the kid, go to the car, and drive on the road back and forth until the storm is over and it's finally the next day. Jenny immediately grabs Timmy and goes running for the car, but it's as Paris is trying to get all of her stuff together that Rhodes begins yelling at all of them to stop. Ed attempts to explain to him why he's sending them that way, but Rhodes doesn't want any suspects leaving this massive crime scene, and then the car explodes. It's that sudden and it's that shocking. But even more shocking than that is what Larry says after extinguishing the fire.
Nobody in there.
He thinks that maybe they were completely incinerated, but Ed reassures him that there would be something left. And it's as Rhodes storms off, blaming Ed for what just happened, that he stops to see that George's body is also gone. But it's not just George, it's also the prisoner, Lou, Caroline, and Alice have all disappeared too. All that are left now are Ed, Rhodes, Larry, and Paris. And Paris has had enough, and she begins screaming that she gives up. Quick side note, Paris explained earlier that she's making her way back home in Florida to buy some land and grow some oranges, completely leaving behind her old way of life to start anew on her own farm. A lot was going on before and after all that, but the important part of what she says here is that her birthday is next week.
My birthday next week, the 10th.
And so is Rhodes and Ed's. And it turns out that Jenny was onto something earlier as they go and check the IDs of everyone that checked into the motel and find that they all share the same birthday of May 10th.
What are the odds? Must be 10 trillion to 1.
Larry isn't even close to what the odds are because it's actually 115 sextillion to 1. That's over 10 billion times smaller of a chance that this exact thing would happen. It's far more likely that lightning would strike exactly where Larry is, causing the entire ceiling to cave in and knocking out the power. which is why you shouldn't be surprised when that happens. It's not the minuscule odds that Ed is so focused on in this moment though, but it's everyone's names. Louisiana, Virginia, Jenny-ziana, Virginia, Caroline, Suzanne, Carolina, Paris, Nevada, Timmy, Alice and George, York, New York, Larry, Washington, Samuel, Rhodes, Rhode Island, Edward, Ed, Dakota, North or South Dakota. It's here that Ed begins to repeat to himself a poem. The same poem that we heard at the beginning of the film, as we also hear someone in the distance questioning him on what he just said.
Who am I speaking to? Look at me.
Ed sits in this meeting confused about where he is and who all of these men are around this table, except for Dr. Malik, who simply asks him where he has been, as Ed then recounts a simplified version of everything that we've seen up to this point. Then the doc asks him if he recognizes the man in the picture that he lays in front of him, a picture of Malcolm Rivers, to which Ed answers honestly and says no. Everyone at the table is shocked at this, as even one of the detectives grabs pictures of the murders that Malcolm committed and throws them in front of him. But Dr. Malik just continues by explaining that Malcolm has lived a very troubled life, and sometimes when the mind is under so much stress, it can fracture, leading to the development of DID, or the more commonly known multiple personality disorder.
Why are you telling me? Because you, Edward, are one of his personalities.
At first, Ed doesn't believe this and almost seems like he wants to laugh off what he just heard, until Dr. Malik pulls out a mirror to show Edward his face, to where he sees what everyone else at the table sees: Malcolm Rivers' face. This sends him into a frenzy as he begins questioning what in the world's going on, where is he at, why is he tied up, what did they do to his face, where is his face, and what happened at the motel. He tries to convince everyone in the room that he really is Edward Dakota, that he lives in LA, and that he worked for 6 years on the LAPD, but Dr. Malik just lays it all out there for him, that he is just one of the personalities within Malcolm, along with everyone else that is met up at this motel. That's why they all have the same birthday, that's why they're all named after these states, and it's all because this is just a part of his medical treatment.
One which forces all his identities to confront one another for the first time.
It's through this treatment that they would be able to finally find which one of the personalities committed those murders 4 years ago that he is now on death row for. The doc also knew that many of these personalities would be destroyed by the killer, and now it is up to Ed to find which one is the killer and put an end to him before it's too late. And he better do it soon, because his execution is hours away, and they still need to convince the judge that that part of Malcolm is gone.
The killer cannot survive.
As Ed comes back to outside of the motel, there's this moment where he sticks his hand forth to feel the rain on it, and I'm sure all he's thinking at this time is how real all of this feels. Over at the motel, Larry and Rose are trying their hardest to get the power back on, but this flicking breakers back and forth is not going to do anything when there's a down power line right next to it. I just can't let y'all forget that I still am a master electrician. Luckily though, Paris has a much better idea to get into the police car to try one more time to get a hold of somebody on the radio. But it's not there. And that's not good, but it gets even worse when she reaches over into the glove box and finds that Rhodes is the exact opposite of an officer, but he was actually the second prisoner. Here is when we get Rhodes's full backstory on what led him here in another flashback, where it turns out that he stabbed his transport officer in the back, took his clothes, put them on, threw him into the trunk, and then acted as the transport officer for his friend named Robert Maine. And they must have also found that the road was washed out up ahead and decided to wait at the motel until they can find somewhere safe. And it's here that Paris finds the body of the real officer in the trunk. as she begins trying to get Larry's attention to let him know what she just figured out. The problem is Rhodes is the one that hears her as he begins to try to find her before she can tell Larry.
Where are the keys to the car?
Larry to the rescue with a fire extinguisher, knocking Rhodes out just in time. And it was Ed who had the keys to the truck because he took them earlier and put them in his pocket, but Larry is there to save the day again because he has a spare set of keys. And it seems like he's finally coming around to Paris as he throws her the keys and goes for Rhodes' gun. As Rhodes flips over, shoots him in the leg, and then shoots him in the chest and demands the keys from Paris, but she's able to sprint away just in time as Rhodes misses a shot at her. She doesn't have time to get into the truck because he's right there shooting at her again, but she does make it over to a maintenance room that luckily has 2 doors, giving her the opportunity to run right into Ed, who knows exactly what he has to do as he calmly tells her, "Stay here, it's gonna be okay." Ed walks right up on Rhodes, who is still demanding the keys to the truck, but without a word, he continues to step closer, causing Rhodes to raise his gun and warn him that if he takes another step, he's going to shoot him. But Ed does. Rhodes takes his chance to put 2 more rounds into Ed, and we can see that he was only shot in the arm, but Ed is determined, and Rhodes is out of bullets. Rhodes slides down the wall, no longer a threat to anyone there or to anyone around Malcolm. With his mission complete, Ed collapses in the rain and Paris runs to his side, pleading to just let her help him. They have the keys to the truck and they can make it to the hospital now. But Ed knows that this is it for him and there's no longer any point to try. As Paris begins to question where he went earlier and what did he see, he answers her with his last words.
I saw you in an orange robe.
In the distance, we hear the words being repeated by Malcolm as he has been saying everything they've been saying out loud at the table for everyone around to hear. But they're still unsure of what all of this means. For Malcolm, though, all that is left is Paris as we see her finally leaving the motel. It took until morning, but the treatments did work. All of the other identities have been destroyed within Malcolm except for one, meaning that the one that had the violent tendencies and committed those murders is now gone.
Violence that existed in him has been executed.
So instead of another execution, Malcolm should now be moved to an asylum, which is exactly what the judge decides as he sends Malcolm to the psych ward under the care of Dr. Malik. We get one last look at Paris as Malcolm is now in transit to the psych ward, and she finally made it to her new home, where she has all of her orange trees to attend to and a nice little house on her 9 acres. But it's as she begins digging that she finds something that shouldn't be there, the final key. We get one last flashback to see that Timmy really was behind all of the mysterious murders that happened at the motel, and that he is now here to put an end to the one last remaining identity within Malcolm. It's Paris's pleading with Timmy that gets the doctor's attention as he slides open the divider between them in an attempt to calm Malcolm. But it's at the same time that Timmy swings the gardening fork into Paris's head that Malcolm wraps his handcuffs around the doctor's throat and chokes the life out of him. He then turns his attention to the officer driving as we see the van swerve on the road and come to a stop on the side of it, with the final words of the film being the poem that started it all. As I was going up the stair, I met a man who wasn't there. And it's with that we can finally answer the question of just how good is this twist by starting with the story, which at first feels like it's 2 separate stories being told side by side until Officer Rhodes shows up with his prison transport.
Did you feel that?
Feel what?
Which leads us to believe that this is Malcolm, causing the story to not be so much of a murder mystery, but instead just a mystery that has already been solved and now they just have to find him to put an end to all of these killings. Until he gets killed himself, and it turns out that he definitely isn't Malcolm, but instead is Robert Maine. But it's through him that we get this bigger reveal that there was a lot more going on here than what we originally thought. And it's also with his death that we go back to it being a murder mystery, jumping from person to person and not really being sure who to believe that it is or isn't. Because every single one of these people has their own motives and their own secrets for doing a bunch of crazy stuff. From Caroline hiding her phone to make a call to her agent instead of calling for anyone to come and help Alice, to Larry having such a big secret that he's not really even the manager that is there. Even the way Ed answers a bunch of the questions when people ask him where he learned how to sew or about him being a cop, he just sort of covers everything up to try not to talk about it. It's even the same thing with George when he's questioned about Timmy, as he just sort of skips over a bunch of important information about Timmy and Timmy's real father. But it also makes sense that everyone is not just willing to hand out their personal information to a bunch of strangers, which gives us this perfect mix of everyone there being secretive and suspicious of one another all at the same time. And of course, all of the coincidences that lead up to everyone being stuck there at the motel just works so perfectly, as we then find out that this is just a part of the medical treatment and the drugs that were given to Malcolm to cause him to force all of his personalities to be trapped here together. And the reveal works so well because there is this build-up throughout the entire story with the keys and then the bodies disappearing and then the realization that they all share of them having the same birthday. But then it gets even better with Ed being the only one to realize that every single person here's name is the name of a state. And it's that reason that he is the one that is pulled forth by Dr. Malik in the meeting.
Because you literally own this person.
And I'm sure this is the twist that everyone remembers, but you probably forgot that Timmy was really the killer the whole time. With the second part of this double twist being Timmy showing up to kill Paris and take over Malcolm in the end. And I will say this is one of the reasons I do like the extended version a little better, because when the flashback is happening, showing Timmy doing all of this, he's actually switched out for part of them with Malcolm himself. But with both of these twists and how they work within the story, they work really well. We're constantly second-guessing everything that happens in every person that is at the motel, and we shouldn't ever stop doing that all the way through the end. The main twist that all of these people are personalities within Malcolm is what makes this story so good and makes it a film that none of us should forget anytime soon. So I have to give it a 95. And with our second category, we have acting and how well do these actors pull off the twist. And of course, we've got John Cusack here, and he absolutely kills it in this movie. Or Ray Liotta, or even Alfred Molina. All of them do amazing in this film. And really, they all do really well, whether it's Amanda P., John C. McGinley, or even Jake Busey, who is at the center of my favorite scene. And even the way that Pruitt Taylor Vince portrays Malcolm here is fantastic. I mean, the moment that the big reveal happens to Ed about him being a personality within Malcolm, the switch between them two is so good and nearly seamless. All of it is masterfully written and acted, and even little Timmy here, played by Brett Lower, is done perfectly, and I love the way that they set him up as not talking because of what happened in his past with his father, who was violent, just for him to not even have one full line in the movie because this is all he says.
Get a second chance.
The terror on Paris's face during this scene is great. The look of just contempt that Timmy has is fantastic. And even when Ed gets shot and he's in the rain, you can just see that all of his worries have faded away as he knows that Paris is going to get to live on. And Paris's acting in this scene is so good. All of it's really good, but I do want to point out this one little weird spot that happens right as Ed shoots Rhodes. Before Rhodes slides down the wall, we can see Ed say something and Rhodes respond. And this is because Rhodes is telling him, I didn't do this, and Ed responds, I know. But they thought that that would probably give away the whole twist with Timmy and how everything was working out. So they cut the dialogue for that film, and I think it works even better the fact that they did. But with all of...
Good luck, gentlemen, good luck.
Binged it.
Thank you. Bugs. GG.
do this, right? Good.
Te saco los ojos. Got the zip line up.
This place looks like a mausoleum.
That. Se acabó el cuento. Un momento, reloading. Cállate la boca. Your camera is broken, I think. I think we're done here. For now. Don't like noise.
Good enough. Now for level up.
VTOL's ready. Remember to have your flammable and breakable items packed separately in a see-through plastic bag.
That there are a lot of people in this film, and so it doesn't quite meet what we've seen in the past, but it is very good, so I have to give it a 92. And for our third category, we have predictability, where we want to have something surprising that first time and then have it completely recontextualized for us on the second, third, and fourth watch, where we pick up on all of the little details. And since there is a mystery that all of our characters are trying to solve for the majority of the film, all of those little details and all of the little clues are laid right out there for us. Even in the beginning, when we're listening to some of the sessions that Dr. Malik had with Malcolm, we get little details that do come back up later in the film, from the poem,
Where did you learn that poem?
to some of the notes that we see the doctor writing on his notepad, to even the doctor asking who he is talking to. All of them being little clues to the big reveal that everything is happening within Malcolm's psyche. Then we get this line from Jenny with the arrival of the final two personalities.
Cold.
Then of course there's the key countdown that happens with each death, but then there's a big reveal when the prisoner, Robert Maine, tries to escape, and he can't. He's still stuck there at the motel, telling us that there's something crazy going on here. It's so good. I just love that moment so much. There's just so many things that happen to lead all of them there and then keep them there, because all of it was a part of the plan to help Malcolm from the beginning. This was all because Dr. Malik was trying his hardest to deal with the evil within Malcolm this whole time.
Eventually started blacking out. Did I black out again?
And even with Timmy, it makes it very easy for us because there's a full flashback of him committing so many murders throughout the movie that when you go back and watch it, you can see him slip into his mother's room just before she dies, or even the headlights that are down the road when he takes a step back, causing Alice to even step back. Same thing happens with George. We see him step out of the way, causing George to jump in front of the truck for no reason. I mean, the kid is basically unsupervised for over half of the movie, so it makes sense that he was able to run around and do what he did. The only thing that doesn't quite make sense is how he was able to walk away from the explosion and then make his way to Florida. Everything else works so well. And I know what you're thinking. If all of this is in Malcolm's head, it would make sense that Timmy really wouldn't have to walk to Florida, but Paris did have to drive there. And it seems like time sort of works differently within Malcolm's head because she gets there to Florida from Nevada in just like an hour. So, I mean, I don't know. That's like the only questions that I have as far as everything that happens. But the big twist about it all being within Malcolm, it works fantastic. Timmy, on the other hand, sort of brings this down just a little bit, so I'm gonna have to give it a 94. For our fourth category, we have satisfaction, and how is this twist for us as the audience? And I know some of you have brought it up in past videos, but when I said I was going to cover this in the last video, every single comment that I saw was just excited about it. And I'm sure that's because this is one of those films that you watch and you get to the twist, and that's the main thing that sticks out in your mind is the twist that everything happened within Malcolm's head and none of these people are actually real people. This movie is on almost every list that you will look up that has something to do with plot twist because of how good this one is and how much everybody remembers it. And what's crazy is that the twist seems to be so good that you forget about the movie itself and just remember it for the twist. But I have seen some people confused about what happens because of the second twist, which is why I think the extended version of this film is a little better because it gives us more context at the end with Timmy to see how he's able to control Malcolm. But when it comes to the twist in this film, I think they stand even higher than the film itself, which is why I have to give it a very high 96. And for our final category, we have the Poltergeiger, which is the most important because it's my opinion. And you should know, I love this twist. I love this movie. John Cusack is incredible. I covered 1408, and it was the first video that I had on the channel that really blew up. And ever since then, I said I would cover this movie, and here we are. So excited. This twist is amazing, this movie is amazing, and this is the reason that I was upset with the movie Session 9 because I thought it was headed in this direction for the majority of the film just for it to go another route and get a little too personal for me. But that's why I had to make a video on that, and I'm just so glad to finally make a video on identity. And as far as the twist, I love almost everything about it. But I completely forgot that Timmy was the one behind everything that happened. And that sort of threw me for a loop a second time. Can't really say that I'm mad about that, just that it does bring it down just a little bitty bit for me on this score of a 97. Bringing our total out to a 95 out of 100, meaning that we now have a new number 1 on our search for the greatest twist in all of horror. So while we are getting closer and closer to finding what we've been looking for, maybe we need to look somewhere farther. Maybe we need to look beyond the Aquila Rift in the next video. We're getting so much closer to finally finding one of the greatest twists in all of horror. We just have to keep going, which is why I need your suggestions to figure out where we go from here. And before I forget, I of course have to thank all of the channel members. From 5 Gingers, Bladder Control, and Ruby Finzenza, to Mouse Treehouse, Dudgy, and I Am Cheesecake, I thank you all so much for supporting me directly. And once again, thanks to NordVPN for partnering with me on this video so you can actually go and watch this movie for yourself by using my link down in the description. And I thank you for supporting the channel by watching this video all the way to the end. And I hope that I'm not just a personality within your head and that somebody other than you actually sees this. And if not, you can always just take my hand, have an extra blessed day, and I'll see you in the next one. And if you did make it all the way to this point and you're not subscribed to this channel, just hit the button. It's right down there. It's right down there. It's free. It's right there. Just do it. And one last fact, because I wasn't sure where to put it into the video, but they recorded several different endings for the movie to keep the real ending a secret until it finally came out. I just thought it was pretty cool, but you might think this video on the second channel is pretty cool because I took all of the videos within the Twist series and put them together into one massive project so you can watch them all the way through in one solid video.
Right. I should play poker.
You're kind of screwed. If you hook that survivor and then you hear 3 generators pop, you have nothing. The bonus damage for the next generator kick buff only works in a situation where you hook a survivor and you successfully interrupt a gen and you kick it. If that gen pops in front of your face and the other gens are now gonna be done a bit later, you really have nothing to show for it. So where some of the buffs that these survivors are getting are gonna be really, really nice, I think this one's quite situational and very killer dependent. I don't see it as strong as it might imply. I do think this is just going to buff some of the killers that already have mobility, that already have teleport, that already are really decent in chase. Because if you're decent in chase and you're getting first down really quickly, kick, now stabilize the gens, next down really quickly, this is really, 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 really gonna help them. But anyway, I wanted to make a little exercise and think about what the killer meta will change into after this patch. So here we have a very, very classic meta build. Don't worry about the rave power icon. This is just on any killer in general, right? We have a perk such as corrupt intervention. So the first few gens are not immediately available. Survivors all spawn together, presumably, and then they have to split out and you have a bit more time. That's great. Then we have pain res. Every time you hook on a scorch hook, bam, the gen with most progress takes damage, and it also kicks the survivor out of the gen, which triggers DMS and Grim Embrace as well. Blocks the gen shortly after if that doesn't happen. So basically you have a lot of perks to slow down gens and block them, and that's how the meta works right now. But after this change, nothing. You might as well just run the same build. It is now even more important than before to have slowdown perks, in my opinion. You no longer have the luxury of running aggressive chase perks and hoping that those aggressive chase perks lead you into a situation where a survivor can be tunneled. Right? You can no longer play into, you know, I kill a survivor pretty early and then I play the 3v1. You really have to consider hooking multiple survivors if you don't want to be hit by the 2 major debuffs that we discussed earlier. So obviously it's imperative that in your first chase you don't lose 3 gens. Super, super important. So corrupt intervention now, out of the possibly one of the strongest perks in the game, now feels even more necessary than before. You really, really, really need to make sure that after your first down and your first hook, you have some generator to kill. Ideally a generator with 2 people on it, and then you displace 2 people, and then the whole team is basically doing nothing. So corrupt intervention goes from one of the best to still one of the best. Pain res, Grim Embrace, DMS. These are perks that obviously benefit from hooking each survivor individually, and these perks were really good before. Don't get me wrong, but now I feel like they're going to be even more ingrained into the meta. Keep in mind that now the main strategy is going to be hook survivor A, hook survivor B, hook survivor C, then maybe B, then maybe A, then maybe A again, and bam. Now you've got someone killed, 6 hook stages, and hopefully you don't get hit by bullets. So because hooking multiple survivors is so necessary, going for perks that are going to buy you time on the generators seems really, really important, and I think the perks are really, really not going to change. There will be some perks, however, that get elevated. Let's talk about some of them. So notice that the 2 debuffs that killers get are, number 1, survivors get faster on gens. Number 2, if you kill someone too early. And number 2, if you are tunneling, generators become unblockable and they become undamageable. But that doesn't mean that you cannot change their speed. So you cannot use deadlock on gens, you cannot use pop on gens, but you can use things that slow them down. I do think that Gift of Pain, which is the first perk that we have on screen right here, is going to be a massive staple of the new meta. It's going to really, really go up. It has the same trigger condition as Pain res, pretty much, so you could just run it with Pain res. And the idea is that since you have to hook survivor A and then go for another survivor, it's a really, really good thing if that survivor has a debuff on their healing speed and on their general speed if they do heal. With Gift of Pain, basically, anytime a survivor gets unhooked, they heal slower, and if they heal, their gen speed is slower. So Gift of Pain is going to be so important in allowing you to hook multiple survivors and keep the game under control. And it does not get nullified by any of the debuffs that we talked about earlier. Dying Light is not as good. Nowhere near as good as Gift of Pain, and it does have a downside, but sometimes you can run it together, and on some killers it does make quite a bit of sense to run it. We made a video not too long ago explaining why Gift of Pain Dying Light was actually really good on Clown, and I think you should watch that video because that strategy is going to be even more important in the upcoming meta. Notice that almost all of these changes, if you read the patch notes, almost all of these changes do not work in the endgame. All of the things that we talked about in the endgame, there's no chance in the endgame. So perks like No Way Out, Annoyed, and endgame related builds with Remember Me and similar, I think are also going to see a bit of a resurgence because they've been comparatively unnerfed. They are completely fine. They're not really buffed, but they're not nerfed, so I think they'll be more attractive. You might have more killers that tunnel. They get hit by the debuffs, but they don't care because they have Know It and they expect to get 1 or 2 more kills on top. I also think that Hexes are going to see a big resurgence. Hexes are right now pretty strong at the moment, but they are also relatively unaffected by a lot of the things that we talked about earlier, and they also work really well when you spread hooks. Things like the Battle Hold to reward you for hooking multiple people, and again, if they do a lot of totems, you have Pentimento from the artist, which makes their gen speed slower, even if you trigger one of the other debuffs that we talked about because you accidentally tunnel or purposefully tunnel. So I do think that a build like what you're seeing down there or something similar to that could be really popular. You have Ruin to help you make sure the first few gens don't pop. You have Blood Fever to make sure the first chases are quick and maybe you get it down sooner than you would otherwise, right? Yeah, I think Hexes are going to be pretty big. Other than that, and the changes that we said to Gift of Pain being a bit stronger, I do think the meta on Killer is going to be very similar. It's just the strategy is going to change a little bit. Now, let's look at what I think is the meta for Survivor. It is really difficult to narrow down the meta on Survivor to just 4 perks, right? Because the main strength of Survivor is that they're unpredictable and they can have teamwork perks and one guy can have a perk that helps the whole team, right? But if I had to summarize the meta, something like this seems appropriate. We have Decisive Strike, which is basically an insurance perk, a second chance type perk, in case you get tunneled, which a lot of people run. It is one of the most popular perks that I see in my games. Then we have Unbreakable from Bale. Again, another insurance perk. Many times you'll go a whole game and not get slugged, but when you do, you have that perk there to help you bounce back and make sure that you don't lose a game because a killer suddenly snowballed and decided to slug everyone towards the end of the game. And then it's also very common to have maybe 1 exhaustion perk, here we are running Life, and 1 info perk like Kindred or one of the most popular perks in the game when there's an opportunity. It's also really common for survivors to run medkits because another implicit concern of survivors is that if they're all injured, it's really hard to take hits for someone else. It's really hard to go for an unhook. So the situation where every survivor is injured can turn really sour and really badly for survivors in the current patch. But as we're going to see in the next patch, I don't know if this is going to be exactly the meta, but we're going to be leaning into things like this more. Being healthy in the next patch is nowhere near as important. If a survivor is on the ground and you're on the last gen, you arguably don't need to pick them up. Stay on the gen. It's going to be 90 seconds, but the killer will be forced to go either pick them up or they'll be on their feet eventually. So the necessity of going for a hook is now only 70 seconds compared to before, and the necessity of going for a person on the ground is only situational. You don't have to. If the last gen or 2 are within reach, you should prioritize them, right? So medkits might be a little bit less useful, even though still very strong, especially with add-ons that extend the chase. And running, in my opinion, running perks to do gens faster is now objectively the best strategy in general. Keep in mind, if every killer has a base kit pop towards the whistle, the difference between a survivor going down and you popping a gen and a survivor going down and you barely pop a gen is huge. If a killer downs the teammate next to you and you manage, thanks to your perks, thanks to your items, thanks to your information perks, if you manage to pop that gen before you can pick it, that is huge. Basically, the moment you pop 3 gens, and the killer only has maybe 1 or 2 hooks, you've already won the game. Let's just try to picture that, right? You have 3 gens done. The killer now has more difficulty tunneling. The killer has more difficulty getting 1 survivor out of the game. There is simply not enough time for a killer to get 4, 5, 6 more hooks by the time the last 2 gens are done. It's really, really difficult. So focusing on gens seems to be the main idea. That means also that you don't have to worry about being slugged as much. You don't have to worry about being tunneled as much. You still can bring those perks. They're still strong, which means that you can now have multiple perks to be stronger at chase. I think this is already a tendency in Survivors. Survivors want to run fun, active chase perks. It's very common to see Dramaturgy, Visual, Sprint Burst, Fixate, Finesse. You will see these perks more, and you can have builds kind of like this ones, where you literally have 2 perks or 3 perks dedicated to just running the killer. And I don't want to be that guy, I don't want to say it again, but these perks mostly affect low tier killers. If you go against 4 Sprint Burst, Visuals as a trapper, it's very different than if you go against that as a blight. I think you're all intelligent, I think you all understand why. I'm not even gonna bother explaining why. So having 3, 4 chase perks, I think it's gonna really be felt a bit more. My whole point so far is that I think this change is going to cement low tier killers in the low tier department and make strong killers actually relatively similar to before. So I'm not a big fan of the idea. Now, keep in mind that this is not like the hard meta. I think there's a lot of variation that you could have here. For example, switch out Prove Thyself, which is not as strong these days, and put on Resurgence. And this right here is an insane build. This is so easy to play, so stupidly efficient, because you no longer have to worry as much about getting tunneled, and you pretty much don't have to worry at all about long-term slugging. You now can run very efficient builds that used to have a lot of risk, and now they don't have any. With a build like this before, you risk getting tunneled, you risk getting slugged, you risk maybe everyone within being injured, which then leads to one of those 2 situations. But now you really have no reason not to run something like this. You're always going to see the gens. You're always going to be doing them a little bit faster. The first gen with the toolbox like this, you're going to crank out 20 seconds sooner than usual, or faster, depending on some builds. Every time you get on hook, the killer's not going to know that you're on hook, so they're not going to come back immediately. You still have anti-camp, so they're likely not going to be proxy camping you too much. And even if they are, with Resurgence, that perk, the second perk that you see here from Jill, you can be healed in like 4 seconds, or less, depending on the other perks and other items. And then on top of that, you have Visual and Spring Bush, which stacks with itself, so you can just be sprinting every 20 seconds. It's very possible Visual's going to get nerfed at some point, but until then, this is going to be a build that you could go against. And generally, this build is just so strong. If you as a killer have to spend minutes chasing a survivor, only to put them on the hook, and then that survivor comes off the hook, you don't get notified, and they heal in 3 seconds, like, mathematically, it's just really hard to wrap your head around how in the world you're supposed to be. But moving on. How would I keep all of these changes and somehow not break the game? It is entirely possible that the changes that we've been discussing will have very small numbers. Maybe the nerfs that we've seen is just 1%, and maybe nothing that I've said in this video matters. Maybe nothing changes at all, right? But let's assume that the numbers are significant. Let's assume that these changes are here to stay, all of them. How would I counterbalance this to maybe not make killer at the higher level really difficult to play and feel like you're stepping in a landmine? First of all, I am really not a huge fan of killer-specific nerfs. I know a lot of people are like, oh, just take Ghoul and Billy and the S tier killers and just give them something. Unless they work that into their kit a bit more naturally, I don't like that. I honestly would remove these. Keep in mind, Singularity, by the way, is not in the list. I don't know if he got edited or if I just misremembered. So, apologies for that. Singularity is not one of the killers affected. It's the other ones. Dracula, when he is in bad form, which gives him crazy mobility, he doesn't see auras. So having Barbecue and Chili on Dracula, I don't think it's that big of a deal. Ghoul, Billy, Nurse, and Blight, I think I agree. These killers are insane. Giving them base kit, Barbecue, and base kit Pumpkins the Weasel, it's just so insane. Like as a nurse, you can now put Nowhere to Hide, and every time you get a hook, you're gonna see people healing. Keep in mind that her add-ons give her Mangled and Hemorrhage, right? So she's gonna have Mangled, Hemorrhage, she's gonna have Barbecue and Chili, with Nowhere to Hide. Every time she kicks a gen after a hook, which is gonna be often because she's nurse, you're gonna have a pop and then Nowhere to Hide. Like, how exactly are you going to escape her? So I do understand why they would want nerfs not to get that. But I just think it's maybe time for these killers to be balanced by themselves. It is just really, really weird. But you know what? This I don't feel very strong. If they want to nerf these buffs on these killers temporarily until Bull, Billy, Blight are all nerfed and balanced on their own right, I think that would be alright. So I find that weird, personally. This I definitely feel a lot stronger about. I have no idea why hook stages are still 70 seconds. They should be lowered back to 60 seconds or even down to a lower 50 seconds. Keep in mind, as a killer, you really cannot face camp anymore. Keep in mind, as a killer, proxy camping now is huge too. You're going to be there for 70 seconds, and then you're not even going to know when they unhook immediately. Like, I honestly, and giving survivors a more urgent reason to leave a gen and go for the unhook is a good idea. If killer is rushing to hook survivor 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3 and splitting hooks, I think it's also a good idea that survivors should be rushing to unhook instead of leaving someone on the hook for a very long time, in gens, and then they're already in the end, which is something that right now is very, very doable. So I think hook stages should be reduced back to what they were originally, 67. At least 50%. I also think that anti-tunnel perks need to be weakened. Now you might be like, oh, already you have like no collision and a bunch of things. Like, why would this be necessary? You might not think it, but survivor with no collision can still bother. If you're chasing another survivor, and a survivor with no collision is very, very emboldened by their base kit anti-tunnel and their perk anti-tunnel, they can come, get in front of you, and drop pallets. It doesn't matter, really. It doesn't really matter that they have no collision. If they drop a pallet for their teammate and stun you, that slows you down. If they vault a window, you cannot vault it during their time. So they can actually do a survivor that is on off hook can actually still do a lot in this review, whether it's flashy saves or just lingering around someone else that went down by a pallet. I do think that perks like off the record, decisive, and so on overall would need to be weakened across the board to really not encourage aggressive off-hook behavior. I think one of the scariest things that can happen in this patch is that you hook a survivor, now everything is telling you to hook another survivor, but that survivor comes with the hook and now just comes and tries to take a hit or somehow mess with you, and you really are in a situation where you're like, okay, I'm supposed to hook this guy and I don't wanna, because if I hook this guy, now the gens are unblocked and undamageable. So yeah, I think that's pretty common sense. And this one's less obvious, but I think perks, especially resurgence, need to be absolutely nerfed. If we are going to encourage the killer to leave a survivor on the hook and let them unhook and let them heal afterwards, those heals need to take longer than 4 seconds. I don't see how, and I'm not even saying a low tier killer, I don't see how an average killer is expected to get 4 or 5 hooks before killing anyone and still do that with one perk making heals so quick. So resurgence, in my opinion, absolutely needs to be nerfed to account for this, because I think right now it would suddenly shoot up to be one of the strongest perks in the game, which it already is, but even more so. And I don't know if there's any other perk that also would need a touch up, but that's the main one. And finally, and possibly more importantly, with all of these changes, making survivors have so much time and so little pressure.
Um,